Manitoba Derby. It's Matt's Broken Foul back to Bonanza down to the rail. Mr. Expedient. Deep stretch approaching the wire, and it's going to be Smuggler's Hold to take the 2009 Manitoba Lottery Derby. To the outside, Stachys continues to go on with it, and Stachys is going to pull the upset. He's drawing away to win the Manitoba Lottery Derby Championship. Across the track, deep stretch, hammers bullet, big blue caboose, hammers bullet, the Canterbury Invader takes the 63rd renewal of the Manitoba Lottery. They're a long way from home, baby. Beluga Ball proves it's no fluke. He's back on track. He destroys them in the 64th renewal of the Manitoba Lottery.
Narco, but Assembly Hall is going to get it done in the Manitoba Lottery Derby. Second, enormous strides, Street Prancer coming to the wire. It's going to take the Manitoba Derby. Flashy Fuel with six. One more try. Flashy Fuel is going to hang on. But it's inside straight. He's gonna do it in here. Inside escape quad, trying to battle back, but Pineapple is the 16 pole. Sky Promise is gonna take in the Derby. Oil money, he can't go around it. The unusual Mongolian win takes the 72nd running of the Manitoba Derby. West Princess very far outside. Yeah, baby, she is gonna do it.
The Manitoba Jockey Club acknowledges that we are on Treaty 1 territory and that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Ojibwe, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this land.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. Day 38 on the racing calendar. Quick look back at Wednesday's racing action. Who is hot? Well, jockey Antonio Whitehall was. He had 2 wins on the card. And also Ronaldo Cumberbatch had 2 wins, including Hidden Grace in the Distaff Trial. And the Phil Kiva Stakes for the older Manitoba bred boys was won by McKeag for Carl Anderson and jockey Stanley Chady Jr. And on the trainer's side, Jerry Gorno got a little bit more breathing room as he did have 2 wins on the card. So he's now 6 ahead of Jared Brown and 12 up on trainer Shelley Brown. And jockey Jorge Carreño, he's a walk in the park on the jockey side. He's already at the half-century 50 with Ronaldo Cumberbatch, Chavi and Chow, and Antonio Whitehall chasing the rest of the way. Well, Stretch, we finally had some horses go wire to wire last week. What did you see on the racetrack?
Yeah, absolutely. We saw that. Just kind of comparing last week, and we were with that weather and the rain in between, and we had the rain during the races for one of the few times this year that the track superintendent had to adjust on the fly. Just kind of comparing the figures. The Wednesday races were early on, the first quarter and half were okay, but this absolutely slowed down to one of the slowest race days of the meet so far. Actually, it was the slowest race day of the meet. So it seemed like the horses got bogged down and just kind of ran out of gas, or the closers couldn't close, and maybe that's why the the speed kind of carried a bit. Monday's card was even, very close. Tuesday's was a couple lengths slow, and even those last few races on the Tuesday got slow. And just we've talked about it many times, but you can't compare one day to another. It's so important. You could see a 112 on one day and a 114 on the next day. So if you ran on Wednesday and got the 114, and a few weeks ago they were fast at 112, very different. So that's where you can really sneak some money on the people there, because some people just look at times, and you really just can't do that. Go from there. Last week, Kirt had a real good run of picking some winners and turning those the selections to cash in some bets too, so that was good.
Yeah, it was really nice on my part.
Yeah, it was good.
Got a few long shots in there that paid pretty good.
Yeah, and just to add, it's all about some information we're trying to give out. As we both know, once those gates open, anything can kind of happen, and that's so. Yeah, just understand the information we're trying to give you and go from there. I know there's a contest locally, so good luck to everybody there. So should we get started?
All right, let's kick it off with the 59th running of the Osiris Stakes. 4 2-year-olds going 5.5 furlongs. Kind of looks like a little bit of a match race, Stretch.
It does. We got three fillies, 2 boys. I think it's a real good stake race to kick off the week. We've got we have the same picks, but I think all 3 of them actually can, and the right trip can win this race. I've got to start with the 3. I've been waiting for him to come back. Talked about him for a couple weeks now, and so he's back. So I'm certainly going to back him because I really do think he is the real deal in here. You watch that replay, it shows that he can stalk, and I think that's the key for this horse. And also then it's the second start. If you compare all the horses that have started, the 2-year-olds, most times they improve. In fact, all 3 that were in a race have improved by somewhere between 3 and 5 points. And I think if the 3 improves even 3 or 4 points or around there, that puts him on top. So for me, it's I've got to put this horse on top. I then went to the 1. You can't really go too many bad things about this horse. It's 2 for 2. Was scratched earlier in a stake race. I don't really know why. Maybe Kirt can elaborate on that, but the figures are certainly there. Needs to break well. Well, I expect some pressure, but certainly can handle it based on the first 2 races. And then the 5, first race out, kind of troubled trip, didn't show what he was made of. Next start, she showed what she was made of, broke, got the lead. My concern of the 1 and the 5 is one of them might be a need the lead type horse. So if they both battle it out, it sets it up for potentially some closers. But I'll give you the 3-1-5.
Yeah, I'm with you on adjournment. This horse looked dynamite last time out, sitting on the outside of Prairie Drifter. And then when Antonio Whitehall said go, the horse went and drew off to victory. I think that horse really needed that race, as I thought it would have won by more by the big hole that Antonio Whitehall had on the outside. And then he only won by a couple. I thought he'd draw off to win by 5 or 6. But has that race under the belt now, and I think this horse will improve. And like Stretch said, any improvement at all, and this horse definitely looks like the real deal. I also like number 1, Lady Cop, looking to go 3 in a row. Yeah, she did get the front end in both of her starts. Just lasted last time out. Russian Pearl gave her a good scare late down the lane, but Lady Cop did prove to be the best in there. Will be the speed on the inside, and I think she does have a shot if she is able to get away. That scratch was a vet scratch that day out of the stake race, but she looks like back and ready for action with a good 5.5 furlong work. And I do like Spittin' Kitten, remarkable improvement. Didn't duck in the gap like the first time out, hit the front end and coasted. Here's another horse with speed in the race that might try and go after Lady Cop, and if that does happen, I think adjournment doesn't have to have the front end and stalks those later and just pulls away. And you might look for Arrogance, who ran really good first time out, closing from the back of the field. That could be your long shot, but I'm with Stretch. 3-1-5. Now we're going to carry on to race number 2, an allowance optional $15,000 claimer for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. They're only going to go 5.5 furlongs. Scratch number 5, Rag-a-Tag Tag, Stretch. Who do you like?
Yeah, the big scratch kind of changed my picks in here, and for me, potentially loses some other speed. And so I've landed on French Rose. This horse pressed the pace last time, was just kind of much the best, made a nice move. 3 back kind of did the same, and I think potentially this mare has so much, wants to run so early, and that just might be what happens and gets the controlling speed. And so I think she's going to be tough to beat. The one could have been my top pick with Ragatag in there, but isn't. And so last time the horse looked really good. Did get set up. There was a bit of a pace battle in front and made the big move, and nothing about getting Carino getting the horse in the right spot. But I think the only difference here is may not get that pace battle, so it's going to have to run and hope that the 3 backs up. If that happens, certainly could be there. And then, of course, the 4, both of us have made money many times. It's hard to go against her with 10-10. She just is a cash machine for the owners anyway. Same kind of thing. She's going to make a late move. If she tries to press on the pace, I don't think she lasts in there. So she's going to have to hope that the 3 or the 1 battle and maybe closes late. So with the right trip, I think all 3 of them can win, but I think the best trip's going to be the 3. 3-1-4.
Yeah, I agree with you, Stretch. I don't see any other speed. I see French Rose dictating the fractions, and I think they're going to slow it down. You get Ronaldo Cumberbatch aboard. He's riding lights out, second leading rider here with 29 wins, and I expect him to go to the front first quarter, probably 23-3 instead of 22 and change. So what that means, you win the first quarter, big shot of going wire to wire, and that's what I think is going to happen, because Witt's 10-10 doesn't have a lot of early foot. Daniela Bella has none, and a lot of spunk. Doesn't use it for the quarter mile, so I think it's French Rose's race to lose. I do like number 4, Witt's 10-10. This horse comes to play every single time. Doesn't matter the condition. A good second last time out after a good win at the first level, drawing off to win by 2. Then couldn't catch French Rose as she was loose on the front end, but still ran a very gutsy second, so I'm putting her there. And my third selection, number 1, A Lot of Spunk. Came in with really good credentials, but had the dream setup last time out, a 4-horse duel, and stalked them. Got a great ride from Carreno, pounced, easily won, but there's no duel today, so it's going to be tougher to close, and that's why I got 3, 4, and 1. Now we're carrying on to race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering, a $5,000 claimer for fillies, mares, 3 and up. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs. What about this one, Stretch?
Yeah, so I determined you find the early pace and you probably can find the winner in here. I didn't think there was a lot of pure speed like some of the ones, so I decided to go to the 2-horse. Carino last time was on the outside. Now he goes to the inside. That's going to make a big difference. The horse has showed speed back in Mountaineer last time and was tough, and the early pace was certainly there. Horse clearly doesn't need the lead. If you watch the replay, was on the outside and made a nice move. Like I said, goes from outside inside, second time over the track. Also take a look at the competition. Arouse and Go and Blame It on somebody. Brew are in a race tomorrow at a much higher level. So the horse is absolutely well spotted in here to get the victory. The one I will go back to is the 6. I liked this horse last time. Kind of got trapped on the rail a little bit, and then made a nice late close once got out. That was one of those days that I felt speed was carrying a little bit farther. A slightly favorable track or an even track, I think the horse might have got there. Again, can't sit too far back because there's not a lot of pace. And I've got to find a bit of a price in here. And an Invader from Turf Paradise does move up in class. Has shown some speed throughout there that maybe they'll try to steal it. And so maybe that's your upset if it gets loose. That's what happened to the 2 last time. Arouse and Go went gate to wire. So I'll give you 2, 6, and 3.
Yeah, Stretch. I went to Saratoga Style because of the speed, as there is none. The only one that has speed is number 3, Say It All. But the horse is making the first start since arriving from Phoenix, and that's quite the layoff in between. And Jorge Cranio, when he gets on the front end, he can nurse him. He nursed my Cowboy on Wednesday night. for a wire-to-wire victory, and I think that's what he's going to do with Saratoga style, get it out to the front end, play catch me if you can, and I just don't think they're going to get him. Tuscan Damsel, definitely a big danger. Bayall ran absolutely lights out that day to win in 112 and change, but Tuscan Damsel tried every step of the way. That third place finisher wasn't even on the map. The rest of them were so far back. But I think the Tuscan Damsel, it's a little bit easier of a field here. Now with the stretch out, this horse could be sitting a little bit closer today. So a big shot for me, and I like number 4, Good to Me. Ran a huge race last time out, stalked the leaders, took over halfway around the turn and drew off to an easy 3-length victory. It's a lot tougher in here today. So I like the top 2 the most, throwing Good to Me for third. I'm 2, 6, and 4. Now we're carrying on to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, a $10,000 claimer for 3 and up maidens. They're going to go 5.5 furlong stretch. What about this one?
Yeah, I've got it down to the 3 listed as same 3 that Kirt has. I did go to the 4. I thought the last race, it doesn't look good on paper, but I thought the horse ran better than it looked. I also liked dropping from maiden special weight, which the horse should do. Didn't drop it all the way down to 5. So that's just a good sign that the horse still, they haven't given up on, just realized can't win at the maiden special weight. Does need to break a little bit better. So a couple of the races in there hasn't broken that well. I think the horse can put him in the right spot and potentially take over being up close. 3 was almost my top selection. The only reason not, I thought that last race was a little bit slower than the special weight race, so I think the horse should improve because its first start over the track. Woke up big time last time, didn't look like a racehorse in that first race at Lone Star. So got to use that, gets the extra half. I think that's going to help too. And if the 1 and 4 battle it up, it certainly sets it up for the 3. And of course, I am going to use the 1 as a pick in here, and the third pick, kind of a saver, is Speed on the Rail. Shortens up. Was a vet scratch about 2 weeks ago with almost no activity, so that does worry me a little bit. I was actually kind of waiting for this horse to come back to drop. Certainly can win. Could be the favorite, going to lack value, but I think you need him. But I like the first 2 a little bit better, so I'll give you 4, 3, and 1.
Yeah, Stretch, I agree. I think he's the chairman, and Steep Rock, the 1 and 4. Those 2 are the prominent speed of the race. I think they're going to battle it out. That's why I did go to number 3, Wit and Whiskey, watching the replay after the race, because during the race, Wit and Whiskey was well back early. Got out of the gate, but really never got out clean. And Siobhan Bell just pretty well sat there for the first part of the race, but then just came running down. Once they hit the head of the lane, came absolutely flying, split horses, and stole second from Steely Caper, who's back in here as a 7 horse. And this horse finished with a pile of horse. So this extra half furlong, I think, is everything. The horse will probably get out of the gate a little bit better than last time. Couldn't get out worse than the first time. So it's getting better each time. And just with that late kick, that was so impressive to me. Got to put it on top. I also like number 1. He's the chairman. He could be the speed of the speed if Steep Rock doesn't go. So that could last a lot longer, as we have seen horses go wire to wire last week. And I like Steep Rock. I picked it a couple of times. I didn't like that last race as much as the previous starts. So I'm going to put him as a fringe player, but I only like those 3, 1, and 4. Now we're going to carry on to race number 5, a $1,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 7.5 furlong stretch. What do you got?
Okay, yeah, it could potentially be a difficult. We're at the bottom, non-winners of the year, right at the bottoms. But then the more I handicapped it, a couple horses kind of jumped out at me, especially the top selection, the 5. If you look at the top placings of both last races, the top 3 placing, all would be a favorite, and some of them would be an absolute huge favorites in here and would probably crush the field. Only losing by 2 and 5 lengths makes this horse a big-time contender. I think the horse is going to just sit back and kind of make that late run. So it is my top selection. Then I'll go to the 4. The horse, the 11-year-old, decided to wake up and ran a big race. That's how we've seen him run over the years here. If he repeats, I think the horse will be extremely tough to beat. Can the horse repeat that big of an effort? Maybe. That's what you're kind of guessing against. If it can, it probably wins. If it doesn't, it could even be off the board. And then for me, after that, it's kind of a guess for third place. And so I decided to go in with a price. I've been chasing this long shot before, but why not? It's the bottoms. Last time showed some speed. The other two came off the pace a bit. Didn't get out of the gate that one time. Who knows? Maybe it's 7 furlongs along the rail. Should get a good trip. Wasn't beating the top two. Wasn't beating an air last time, but you never know. Might wake up. Remember, we're at the bottoms. So let's go 5-4-1.
Yeah, I ended up going to number 5, Jenna's Gunrunner. I think there's speed in here with the filly, tough enough to start, and number 3, Overanalyzer. So I think there's going to be enough pace for a horse to close. And I love that race going 7.5 furlongs against Barley Boy and Yodeler's Way that Jenna's Gunrunner ran. This horse made a power move and then ended up just getting a little tired. Did get beat by 3 in there. Made a couple rallies in those last 2 races. And as Stretch said, against horses that would be 1-9 in here, and was not disgraced in either of those races. So that's why it's also my top selection. I had to go back to an IR, picked it last time out to run behind Plum Lucky, who was dropping in from 35 non-winners of the year right down to 15. Plum Lucky needed everything to beat an IR last time out. He's finally coming around. Wouldn't surprise me at all if he maybe even just went to the lead and said, see you later in this race. But I think he does have a shot off that last one, and I like number 2, Bumble Elgato. All these horses that drop in from the non-4 lifers, we've been saying bet them in the 25 non-winners of the year. So now that they're dropping down to the 15, you can't leave them out. And Bumble Elgato will be a later rallier in here. I like those 3, 5, 4, and 2. Now we're going to carry on to race number 6, a $3,500 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-winners of the year or non-4 lifers. They're going to go 7 furlong stretch. A real interesting race.
It is an interesting race, and it took a little while to decide what to go with. And I flipped my top 2 picks back and forth a few times. The reason I ended up putting the 1 on top was who's going to get the slightly better trip, and I thought the 1 is going to get the better trip in here. So I think it's going to make a nice even middle move and kind of just take over late. I like that the horse is or the filly that, I'll get it right, the mare. 3 starts this year, so relatively still fresh, absolutely sitting on a win for sure. The 2-back was a big race, so with the right trip, it should be tough to beat. I am going to use 2 steps faster. This horse is also dropping in class, running against some pretty good horses. It's a nice key drop that we both like to use. And so only reason I didn't put this on top was sometimes this horse just doesn't finish as strong. And so the 1 is a pretty good finisher. 2 steps faster kind of runs more evenly in the races. So certainly can't leave it out. And then just like the previous race, looking for a 3rd place horse. And why not go to the horse, the 5 that hasn't lost at ASD just yet? Seems to both good efforts, and at this time of the year, you want to find those game horses that just are in good shape. So why not 1, 2, and 5?
Yeah, I see a lot of speed in here. I know that the 2 steps faster will show speed, but the 5 distinct approval, the 6 fat and bitter, and the 7 a star to be, all of them can show early foot. And because it is 7 furlongs, the outside 3 might just go after 2 steps faster. So I'm looking at a heated pace. That's why I went to number 1, Wit 9. Ran a big race 2 outs ago and a winning race, only to lose the photo. In the comeback race, Landry Kyle was just too good. But Wit 9 still ran a good race. Now it looks like there is going to be a setup today, at least I think so. And with that setup, Wit 9, watch for her to fly late. But I also like number 3 back in that action. Keeps running right behind Wit 9 every time, at least the last 2 times that they did run. The second last time only lost by a half a length. So I really like both of these interchanged in here. And if I'm going to get something like $20 on back in that action, it will be a prime play for me. But I like both of them. And I threw in number 2, 2 steps faster as my 3rd selection, only because she draws the inside. And if they all go battle it out, well, usually the inside gets the better of the ones that are packed out. So I'm going to give you 1, 3, and 2. Now we're going to carry on to race number 7, a $5,000 claimer for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-2 lifers, going 6 furlongs. Scratch number 4, Reason to Storm, and scratch number 7, HD's Hope. Stretch, what do you got?
Okay, I've got it down to, I got those are my top 3, kind of in any order. I'm going to be using all 3 of them in the pick 4, pick 5. I've decided to use 6 as my top selection. I think the horse has the ability to show more speed than the others in here and could control the front end and just kind of keep going. Last race kind of looks not too bad that she actually closed lengths in the stretch, but you've got to remember that Artesian Dancer went out extremely fast and then the pace absolutely backed up, so everybody closed on her. But those figures in there are still good enough to be very competitive, almost even the best of the bunch in here. I've used her in the past. Hopefully she can keep it going, but she might be too low of a price. So I've got to search for some other ones. Landed on Notable Nora. And
Who?
Nora.
Okay.
We go by Nora. Anyway, last time I thought we sat pretty close to a fast pace. And when that happened, she basically had nothing left in the stretch. So gets that cut back. 3 back, she won going the 6 furlongs at the maiden. So I think those 2 cutbacks really helped. The 2 back was, ran evenly, and that's what she does. So I like that setup. The 2 horses is actually out of condition in here, but if she was in running against this level, she probably would have already won her maidens. And so she's back with the girls, which is nice. The last couple times where she kind of belongs has been there. And so I think she's got to break a little bit better. And then she could win this condition twice in a row because she is a maiden. So 6-8-2.
Yeah, I like Misgiving too. I don't see any other speed remotely in here to go after Misgiving. Yes, she did rally from off the pace last time out, but I love that out of speed horses that just changed the running style. The time before went to the front, battled it out, got tired, ran third, but last time rallied from the back and was beaten by 6 lengths. Artisan Dancer was the 10-2 dropper going in there. Barbie's Quest sat at the back of the field, made the big rally, but that's her running style. And Wits Magic ran a great race, who came back to win on Wednesday. That I did pick stretch at $23. But Misgiving was in a real tough dash. And all these horses that changed their running style, I've been playing them back. And I think this is a prime play today, the 6. The 2 Dot ran huge last time out against open horses, boys, and now goes back against the girls. She's going to love these a lot more. She's not going to have speed because that is her stablemate. Expect her to rally from off the pace, but she's good enough to win an on-2 as a maiden. And I'm going to throw in a bomber, number 9, just for Charlotte. Stretch, you might want to throw this one in. Those last 2 races, not very good. But go back to those sprint races, back-to-back third-place finishes. The second last one, or the third race back, was a great race against Barbie's Quest. And My Trudy was the big favorite. Barbie's Quest only lost by a length and had a little trouble in there. Same type of trip. This horse could blow up the tote board in this compact field at $50. I'm going to have it in my pick 4. Just telling you. Good luck with all your wagers this evening. I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Card of Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race card of racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, our featured race on the card, the 59th running of the Osiris Stakes. There's only some overweights, and they're on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 2, the Stacy Lee Special, scratch number 5, Rag-a-Tag Tag. That's race number 2, scratch the 5, Rag-a-Tag Tag. Now turning your programs to race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. Again, just some overweights. The Jackpot Pick 5 carryover just under $210,000. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed Pick 4 wagering. Number 2, Ponchagal, will race with the tongue tie on. That's race number 4. Number 2, Ponchagal, will race with the tongue tie on. Now turning your programs to race number 5. In race 5, just a couple overweights again. Now turning your programs to race number 6. Number 6, Fat and Bitter, will not run on Lasix. Once again, in race number 6, Fat and Bitter, is off of Lasix. Now turning your programs to race number 7, our Jackpot High 5 race of the evening. Scratch number 4, Reason to Storm, and scratch number 7, HD's Hope. Once again, in race number 7, scratch the 4, Reason to Storm, and scratch number 7, HD's Hope. The Jackpot High 5 carryover, just over $8,200. Well, an absolute beautiful day for racing here in Winnipeg. Currently under mainly stretchy skies.
Yes, it
I'm
is.
like barely in there,
Yep.
Stretch.
Yeah, barely. They're just
Why
humoring
are you smiling so much?
They're humoring you just to be.
You're really liking
Yeah,
this, aren't you?
yeah.
All right, mainly sunny or stretchy. Temperature 21 degrees Celsius or 70 degrees Fahrenheit. And the track is listed as good. A good racetrack for this evening's 7-race card of racing. We're going to kick it off right here in race number 1, the 59th running of the Osiris Stakes. And they'll go to post in 22 minutes. Thank you for joining us this evening, and be sure to play Winnipeg's ultimate Chase the Ace game, which prizes for more than just the Jackpot Ace. Tickets for Chase the Ace are $5 and available in the lobby until 9 p.m. The draw takes place at about 9:30, and the current jackpot is just under $4,800. Now on to racing. If you're new to racing, make sure to stop by and see Shannon and Brad at the Fan Education Center, located on the main floor. Also, that's the place to open a free betting account at hpibet.com to bet on the races on your phone. That's right, on your phone or computer. And what's more, if you bet 100, you get 100. Some conditions do apply. And welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. We're going to kick off the weekend style with the 59th running of the Cyrus Stakes for 2-year-olds. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $40,000 stretch. And these babies ready for action. Who do you like?
Okay, I've landed on the 3. We've got Jake on the camera today, so he'll follow the 3 around. I've talked about this horse after his first race and just how good he looked. He's a bigger horse, as you can see, compared to a couple of the other ones. And in his one race, you could just see how much bigger. I think as he goes a little bit longer, he's going to look even better. I also like that he can sit just off the pace. It's a lot of the 2-year-olds that win first out are kind of those horses that can just carry their speed the 5 furlongs. Now we're going 5.5.
Kind of like Lady Cop?
Exactly, kind of like Lady Cop. And it's not that I'm saying, oh, this Lady Cop is nothing. Absolutely, she is everything. She's got lots of talent. I just think that Adjournment might be that next level. How good good he looks, and it's all about the trip in here too. So if the 1 gets away, maybe the 1 is just going to improve that, but much more. 1 point, all the horses. So the 1 improved 3 lengths, the 4 improved 7 lengths from first race to second, and the 5 improved 5 lengths from race 1 to race 2. I think that the 3 is going to improve somewhere in between there, and if that was the case, right to the winner's circle.
Yeah, the horse that ran second, Prairie Drifter, was less than 1-2 and did lose a photo. And so Prairie Drifter was legit in there for Adjournment to beat it. And I just like how Antonio Whitehall was sitting on the outside with a pile of horse. And then when he said go, the horse went. Didn't draw off by many, but I think needed that start. That was an experience. I think this horse is only going to get better, and I think this could be a little bit of a superstar. I also like number 1, Lady Cop. Well, she's a superstar already, as she did win at first asking by 4. The comeback race was a hard-fought victory, fending off Russian Pearl, who in the final strides tried to get her, but she wouldn't let it by, and they were well ahead of everything else. If Lady Cop does get the lead, I think she could be long gone, as we did see a lot of horses go wire to wire, and she looks absolutely dynamite in the paddock.
Absolutely. They're all looking good so far. As you talk about before we get to the 5, maybe talk about the track just in between here before we get to the 5.
Yeah, the track looks unbelievable out there. Did have a lot of rain, but the track was sealed. They opened it up, and they've been turning it. Right now, it is listed as good. I expect that to go towards fast in the next few races because we have a nice wind and we have the sun shining. The track man, they absolutely love that because that can dry out any track. But I think it's going to be absolutely perfect for racing today.
Yeah, I think it is a perfect race day. We don't have a lot of wind, and we've got the sunny skies, or as you saw in
the stretchy skies. That's what you were going to say. Okay, yeah.
All right, Jake.
Okay.
Let's find the 5 out there, and Spittin' Kitten. This horse ran a huge improvement, but it made sense that this horse was going to improve. Troubled trip that first out. We talked about that, and then sure enough, goes right to the lead and went gate to wire and looked good doing it. Almost looked like a completely different horse. If this horse has to have the lead or be right there, it's going to get challenged. Both the 1 and the 5 have similar speeds. The 1 maybe a little bit faster in the middle, but this horse could improve again and maybe clear. If the 1 can't keep up and the 5 keeps going, they are going the 5.5, not 6. So that might be the difference that maybe one of the speeds could hold. 7-1's a nice price. I don't think the horse should be that high of odds.
Yeah, another one at 7-1. Number 4, Arrogance. First time out, ran second to Well Played, who ran in Alberta and lost to a horse that was stakes placed, ran second, and then came back to win a stake. Last time out, I think sat a little bit too close and never really had a big punch at the end. Yes, only lost by 2 in the end, losing a head photo. But this is a horse would love to see Lady Cop, Adjournment, Spittin' Kitten, all go battle it out. And then Arrogance can show that late running style. And with the odds at 7-1 on the babies, that might be worth chasing.
I agree with you. That horse certainly can be in there. Let's talk about the 2 at 25-1. Yes, the horse may not have the big figures, but it's only had one start. We talked about the improvement. I expect this horse to improve as well in here. So you just never know how much improvement. It needs a bit of improvement, but it's only had one start. So a 25-1, bit of a long shot player, she could be the one.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 1. Stretch, start us off. Wow.
Yes.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Did you bet a couple of my horses on Wednesday?
I guess I must have. Here we go. Just because normally some of the $30 win bets or so, but this one I've been waiting to come back. I think the right race set up and saved up over the weekend. 50 win 3.
All right, myself, I'm going after the early daily double. I'm doing a $20 double, 3 and 3. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 1, and we'll see you back for race 2. Assiniboia Downs is proud to present our featured field here in race number 1. It's the 59th running of the Osiris Stakes for 2-year-olds. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $40,000. Number 1 is Lady Cop, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds and True North Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 2 is Anna Kozana, owned by Larry Falloon, Anderson Livestock Stable, and Shelley Brown, trained by Shelley Brown with Dwight Lewis. Number 3 is Adjournment, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Arrogance, owned by the estate of Harvey Warner, B&J Stable, and Shelley Brown, trained by Shelley Brown with Jorge Carreño. Rounding out the field is number 5, Spittin' Kitten, owned by Marvin and Deb Buffalo, trained by Marvin Buffalo with Tyrone Nelson. Following the running of the Osiris States, trainer Gary Donaldson, a longtime trainer here at Assiniboia Downs, will make a presentation to the winning connections. The 59th running of the Osiris Stakes here in race 1. They go to post in 4 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, we've got the youngsters kicking off the week. The 2-year-olds going 5.5 in a really good stake race. There's 5 of them in here, and 3 or 4 of them can certainly win with the right trip. I've landed on the 3 as my top selection. Only one start. I like that start. I think it's going to get the nice trip behind the early pace battle. So watch out. We'll see how much the improvement. Others to consider is the 1. That's the speed on the rail. She has not lost. She's perfect. No value there. Others to look at, maybe the 5 at 10-1, or even the 4 will be closing late at 5-1, but I'll give you 3-1-5.
Yeah, Stretch. I also like number 3, Adjournment, in here. An impressive debut win, drawing off to win by 2. And I think this horse can only get better. I do like number 1, Lady Comp, though. She's won 2 in a row, and both of them impressive. She fights all the way to the wire. I have this down to 2 of them, but a long shot. Look at number 4, Arrogance. This horse is going off right now at 5-1. It could swoop them all if there's a big pace battle. I like 3-1. Good luck here in race 1.
It's post time.
Lady Cop leads the field into the starting gate, putting the undefeated string on the line. Anna Kozana is in. Adjournment from the middle. 2 left to load. Arrogance. And now just waiting on Spittin' Kitten to the outside. The 2-year-olds are all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, Lady Cop away well, as is Adjournment. And these two are setting up the early battle. Settled back 2 lengths behind in third. That's going to be Spittin' Kitten. Another length and a half to Anna Kozana, and Arrogance is going to be the early trailer. But it's Adjournment with Lady Cop to the inside through an opening quarter of 23-2. Stalking those leaders, Spittin' Kitten. Now a gap of 5 lengths back to Arrogance, starting to roll, and Anna Kozana is the early trailer. But the battle is still on. Lady Cop on the inside, Adjournment on the outside. They hit the head of the lane. The half 47-1. Lady Cop digging in. Adjournment to the outside, trying to find more. A 16th of a mile to go, and she's gonna stay undefeated. Lady Cop is going to take the 59th running of the Osiris Stakes. Adjournment second best. Third's going to go to Arrogance, and fourth to Anna Kozana. The Stewart's supposed to number 1, Lady Cop, as your race winner. Second goes to number 3, Adjournment. Third to number 4, Arrogance. And fourth to number 2, Anna Kozana. They went the opening quarter 23-2. The half 47-1. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 107. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the 59th running of the Osiris Stakes. That's number 1, Lady Cop. Lady Cop is a dark bear brown filly, 2 years old, by Vengeful Wildcat. Out of the mare Anglo Bonneau by Successful Appeal. Owned by A2 Thoroughbreds and True North Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault, and ridden to victory by Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 107. Number 1, Lady Cop, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Dr. Betty Hughes. And ladies and gentlemen, we are very pleased to have on hand to make the trophy presentation to the Winning Connections, one of the greatest ever to train horses here at Assiniboia Downs over the years, that being Mr. Gary Danielson. He is the all-time winningest trainer in Assiniboia Downs history, who first set foot in the winner's circle here with Coherence on August 29th, 1959, and has saddled winners ever since, up to and including the 2022 season. To name a few of his legendary horses that he has trained over the years, there were so many. We note Cosmic Tip, Bellotti, Electric Fever, River Lord, Smart Figure, and Smoky Cinder, to just name a few from a very long list. Again, our thanks to trainer Gary Danielson for joining us today to assist with the presentations. Race 1 is official in the upcoming second race, the Stacy Lee Special. Scratch number 5, Rag-a-Tag Tag. Once again in this second race, scratch number 5, Rag-a-Tag Tag. The Stacy Lee Special. Here in race number 2, they go to post in 22 minutes. As I mentioned earlier, ladies and gentlemen, this is your ultimate Chase the Ace place, which does raise money for the Final Furlong organization that helps find good homes for retired racehorses. You can not only win the jackpot by picking the Ace of Diamonds, but you'll win $100 if you pick either Joker. And you're guaranteed $25 for every other card. Tickets are just $5 each and available in the lobby. And take note that Final Furlong coffee mugs are also available for a minimum $10 donation at guest services. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2. We have an allowance optional $15,000 claimer for fillies, mares, 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Scratch number 5, rag-a-tag tag stretch. Who do you like in here?
Well, let's just before
let's take a look back.
Hey, you want to give credit where credit is due, and
Lady Cop, what a great race!
It was. Adjournment broke out. I didn't expect to be on the lead, and Antonio decided, let's go, and they kind of...
Well, I think he just broke so sharp. He was right up there. Lady Cop broke okay, but then moved up, and then the two of them just kind of went at it a little bit on the front end, but the inside proved best.
Yeah. So Lady Cop goes 3 for 3. Adjournment gave it a run, and full credit, and then Arrogance made a late close. Wasn't a big factor, but did close a little bit late, and we're going to see the time was 1:07. That's about right. So we're getting close to a fast track, I'm thinking, by race 3 or 4. So
Oh, definitely.
Okay, yes. Here we go. Race 2. Let's start with both of our top selections. French Rose. If you saw ASD Live, I mentioned about adjusting it because of the scratch. I always really re-handicap a race when there's some scratches. And I've landed on French Rose. We got this horse 2 of the last 3 times. And I just like how she runs. She just pulls her way to the lead, and I think potentially that can happen. She's a mare that doesn't need to be on the lead, but she just likes to go, and I think that might happen with her. There's not a lot of pure speed in here. If anything, Wittstennington has shown speed briefly at one time. Daniela Bella is always off the pace. A lot of spunk sits back, so it's hard to change a horse's running style, especially at this level of competition. So I think she's controlling speed.
Yeah, I agree with you. That last race, she did it so easy, made it out to the front, opened up, and held on for the victory over Wittstennington and Rag-a-Tag Tag. But Wittstennington didn't really try to go to the front last time out, like you said. But I just don't see her going to the front again today. Her best racing is in a stalking role, like she did 2 outs ago, going 7 furlongs, mowing them down easily by 2 lengths. But I think French Rose the speed, Wittstennington, she's going to be the stalker, and I like these 2 in here.
Yeah, that's fair. It's that's where everybody's going to go. You're not sure how good the 1 is. The 1 is my second selection, and that had a nice race set up for her, but that was Carino just putting the horse in the right spot. Figures are competitive. It's just a matter of kind of that late move. Does get the rail. It's early, but what the track is like. But like we said, the track looks great out there.
Well, he does get the rail, but usually Carreno's to the outside by the time they hit the head of the lane for sure. But a lot of spunk last time out. Sat behind the duel. There was 3 horses in the duel, and Kate's Princess got left in the gate. She made a big wide move and was 4 wide in there. Took over, and then a lot of spunk just blew the doors off them. That was first level allowance, though. Now it jumps up to the second level. This is going to be a tougher task, especially going the 5.5 furlongs. I think that's the difference. I'm not saying this horse can't win, but it had a dream setup last time.
Correct, and that's where you have to know your conditions. So a good effort, but is moving up, still in the allowance, kind of moving up from there. The last one we'll talk about, Daniela Bella.
Yeah, Daniela Bella was a winner 3 outs ago. That was her first start here at the Downs, and she was a convincing winner over Boogie Two Shoes and Dixie Mo, then tried the Canada Day, but that was going around 2 turns. Didn't like that at all. I'm not sure what happened last time out, but the horse just didn't want to run at all. I'm expecting a much better effort. Does have 2 works coming into the race. Those are 2 solid half-mile works in 50. I expect much improvement in Daniela Bella, but she is hitting a tough field.
Tough field, but you make a good point. She's been competitive and came from Golden Gate and had that first start out there. So, yeah, it's tricky. I've landed on it. I know the 3 is the favorite, but deservingly so. So, yeah, top selection there.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 2. Stretch, we got to make back some money.
We do. That's okay. Oh, you're taking a little. Okay, I'm
Both of us pick threes.
We do. We both spent $5 pick 3 wheel.
And the middle looks the same, but not the rest.
Yeah. So here we go. I'm gonna live and die in this first leg and go 3 with the 2-6 with the 1-3-4. I'm doing a $5 wheel, so it's 30. If you wanted to do a $1 wheel, it'd only be $6. So that's 3 with 2-6 with 1-3-4.
And myself, I'm doing a $5 wheel. I'm taking 3 and 4 in here. Then I'm taking 2 and 6. And I'm keying the 3 in race number 4. That being Wit and Whiskey. A $5 one, $20. A $1 one, $4. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2. And we'll see you back for race number 3. Kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 2, the Stacy Lee Special. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $18,500. Number 1 is A Lot of Spunk, owned by Ira Donald and King Couture, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 2 is Daniela Bella, owned by Bill Meikle and Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Neville Stevenson. Number 3 is French Rose, owned by Larry Falloon and Ron Wiley, trained by Devin Gittins with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 4 is Wits 10-10, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickades. Number 5, Ragatag Tag, was scratched. The Stacy Lee Special. Here in race number 2, they go to post in 5 minutes. And ladies and gentlemen, in this second race, we have our HPPA Manitoba best turned out horse, and that is number 2, Daniela Bella. Number 2, Daniela Bella, the HPPA Manitoba best turned out horse here in race number 2.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, we've got the girls going in an allowance optional claimer. Some very good fillies and mares in here going only 5.5. So let's land on the 3. Yes, she is the favorite. She is going to be tough to beat. She's probably controlling speed, may just go right to the lead. Who can get there for second? You've got the 1 horse that ran a nice race last time, closed late. She could get there. Or even the 4 horse at 5-1. There's a bit of value there. It's going to be catch the 3 if you can. So I'll give you 3-1-4.
Yeah, I'm with you, Stretch. I like the 3 a lot in here. I don't think anybody is going to go with her, so she's going to control it. We've seen Lady Cop go wire to wire, so speed is doing well so far. So I think it's her race to lose, but I also like number 4, Wits Tenny 10 for second. She runs big each and every time, ran second to the 3 last time they met. Time before that was a good winner. The 1, a lot of respect, but I'm going to give you 3, 4, and 1. Good luck here in race 2. A lot of spunk leads the quartet into the starting gate. Daniela Bella, she walks in. Just 2 left to load. French Rose, the current 3-5 favorite. And now just waiting on Wits 10 to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. A lot of spunk. Feeling a little spunky in the starting gate. Has now settled down. Once again, they're at the post. And they're off. From the middle of the track, French Rose, as expected, goes out to grab the early lead. To the outside, Wits 10 in a perfect stalking position. Moving up 3 wide early, a lot of spunk to engage French Rose. 4 wide is Daniela Bella, and now the early trailer. Wits 10, a length and a half off the lead. The opening quarter, 23-4, and French Rose, and a lot of spunk looking each other in the eye. A length and a half back, moving up the rail. Wits 10 with Daniela Bella to the outside. They hit the head of the lane. French Rose with the lead by a length through a half in 47-1. Back in second, a lot of spunk. Wits 10 is going to try and reel them in, at least for place position, but it's all French Rose. Going gate to wire by 4. A lot of spunk, second best. Third's going to go to Wits 10, and fourth to Daniela Bella. The Stewart's supposed to number 3, French Rose, as your unofficial winner. Second goes to number 1, a lot of spunk. Third to number 4, Wits 10, and fourth to number 2, Daniela Bella. They went the opening quarter 23-4, the half 47-1. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105-3. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the Stacy Lee Special. That's number 3, French Rose. French Rose is a chestnut mare, 5 years old, by Raison d'Etat, out of the mare Catlanta by Medagliadoro. owned by Larry Falloon and Ron Wiley, trained by Devin Gittins, and ridden to victory by Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105-3. Congratulations goes out to jockey Ronaldo Cumberbatch, who scores the early daily double. 2 wins for jockey Ronaldo Cumberbatch. In the upcoming third race, there are no changes. Jackpot Pick 5 wagering kicks off here in race number 3. Oh, and what's going on in the winner's circle? Looks like a happy moment. A young Colt Brad and a young filly Stacy. They met in Sunday school while they were messing around in the corral. This is where their mare moms worked, looking after all the yearlings. They were loaded into separate trailers and driven in different directions, never to be seen again. But a few short years ago, the matured stallion and the beautiful mare cross paths once again, only to come to the winner's circle this evening to start their future life with each other, starting with a win. Congratulations, Brad and Stacy. I think she said yes. Judging by that, I think it is a yes. Congratulations. And ladies and gentlemen, in the upcoming Jackpot Pick 5, we'll carry on with the rest of the changes. Turning your programs to race number 4, number 2, Ponchagal, will race with the tongue tie on. That's race number 4, number 2, Ponchagal, will race with the tongue tie on. Turning your programs to race number 6, number 6, Fat and Bitter, will not run on Lasix. No Lasix on number 6, Fat and Bitter. Turning your programs to race number 7, scratch number 4, Reason to Storm, and scratch number 7, HD's Hope. Once again in race number 7, scratch the 4, Reason to Storm, scratch number 7, HD's Hope. Jackpot Pick 5 wagering to carry over just under $210,000. They go to post in 18 minutes. Are you new to Assiniboia Downs? Then check out the 140 VLTs located on the second level. They're open all day, every day from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. And yes, this is the first leg of the 20-cent wager called the Jackpot Pick 5 coming up here in race 3. If your ticket is the only correct one, picking the winners of races 3 to 7, you're going to win the whole jackpot, which should be around $250,000. And when there's more than one winner, a consolation is paid out, and the jackpot keeps growing. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 2, we had a claim to report. Claim for $15,000 was your race winner, number 3, French Rose, claimed by My Three Nieces stable, trainer Mike Taphorn. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3. Time to kick off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering with a $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 2. Stretch French Rose. I said the first quarter, if they slow it down, 23-4, the race was over.
Correct. They had to try to go after, and Carino did what he had to do. He had to try and go after to try to challenge the horse. But French Rose is so game. We've seen it all year. Already, 3 wins, now 4 wins at ASD. It's one of those, you have to take the favorites sometimes because that's just how it goes. And how ironic, French Rose wins it. You have a proposal, nice speech in there for the happy couple, and she said yes. Was that like The Bachelor or The Bachelorette where you give the rose or something? I don't really watch it, but you're a regular Bachelorette watcher.
Never seen an episode, and I'm not going to tune it.
All right, anyway, congrats to the couple. That was neat to see in the winner's circle. Well done.
Always unusual. Never let the track announcer say what you have to say because it's not even close. Okay, on to race number 3, 5,000 mares stretch. Who do you like in here?
Okay, landed on the 2-horse Saratoga style. It's had 1 start coming from Mountaineer, and it was a nice start. Arouse and Go, you get full credit on that one. The horse went gate to wire, shut it down on the front end, and the 2 had to try to came off the pace on the outside, had a wide trip. Now you're going to get a potentially closer to the pace, maybe on the lead race here. If you take a look, you're going to see Arouse and Go and Blame It on a Brew tomorrow in a much higher level. So that's going to tell me how tough that race was. So repeat efforts, sitting closer, maybe the same kind of thing, just like French Rose. Might shut it down and go gate to wire, and she becomes very tough to beat with those their slower fractions.
Yeah, I don't expect the fractions to be fast in here, and I also like Saratoga style. Another horse I like in here, number 6, Tuscan Damsel, was a winner 3 outs ago and 4 outs ago, where it won its non-3 and non-4 lifer races, hit a tough 75 wide open, where Fox Appeal was less than even money on a roll, and got the job done. And you can see in there, did beat Arouse and Go. Then in the comeback race, Bayall went to the front, and there was no stopping Bayall. Won easily in a sharp 1:12-2. Tuscan Damsel should like the distance of 7.5. Draws outside, that's not too bad, but it's taking a pile of money at even money.
And that's fair. The horse is deservingly there, except that there's not a lot of pace. And so I do like that horse. Is my clear second selection for sure. It's just if the pace doesn't back up, it makes it hard. So in that Fox Appeal, there was some pretty good pace going on for that day. We know Bayall came off the pace, slightly off, chased the speed.
And ladies and gentlemen, sorry, we have a late scratch to report, and this is the 3rd race. Scratch number 3, Say It All. Once again, a late scratch in this, the 3rd race. Scratch number 3, Say It All. For those of you who wagered on number 3, Say It All, it is a complete refund. For those of you who use number 3, Say It All, in your pick 3s and pick 5s, the favorite at post time will be substituted. Late scratch of the 3, Say It All. Well, that's the only other horse that I thought could go to the front stretch.
Exactly.
So that changes this up, I think, a little bit more to Saratoga style of running. But let's talk about number 4, Good to Me. An easy winner last time out, wearing down the leaders as it did win by 3.5. But there was a pace battle with What Up Now, JT, wildly dramatic. They went at it, and Good to Me picked up the pieces. This is going to be a tougher start coming out of the condition on for life up to the wide open in here. But Good to Me is running very well right now.
Yes, and use that angle for the rest of the meet. Horses running very well, moving up a little bit. Again, same kind of thing's going to sit off and try to close late. I'll mention the one, Don't Get Smart. Two back looked really good. A real nice stalking trip, and it was at the 7 furlongs. Last time wasn't, one of those races, just not her race, but
not a lot of speed in there, and that's why Don't Get Smart is a late running style horse.
Correct. So, again, going to find a trip. There's a couple races at Century Mile that was sitting kind of close to the pace. It is on the rail, so it has a potential to kind of find a nice spot. Certainly at 21-1, it's not my favorite win, but there's a bit of the value there that you sometimes have to look for, and I think it's a little too high for this race at 21-1, but something to consider.
And especially draws rail, which is a big advantage. Number 5, Catwalk Queen. This is a horse that sat in behind the speed last time out. That was set up with 2 steps faster, banging it out, and then ended up rallying a little bit, but Don't Get Smart was much the best in there, winning by 5. Catwalk Queen, not a lot of early speed, so that's going to go against her running style in here. So I think she's going to have a tough time, and that's why she's 17-1. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 3, Stretch. Pick 5 time. What do you got?
Okay, I've just taken 2 and 6 in the first leg, and basically those are the only 2 I see. After that, I kind of have to go to the all. And then I'll take 1, 3, 4 in the 4th, and then 4 and 5 in the 5th. I'm taking a bunch in that 6th race just because of the condition. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. And then the last race, I think it's 2, 6, and 8.
All right, myself, in the first leg, I have 2, 4, and 6 with that scratch. Then I don't have to play it now. I can throw that one out. My ticket gets cheaper. Then I got the 1, 3, 4, the 2, 4, 5. The 1, 2, 3, and I'm rounding it out with 6 and 9. My ticket costs $32.40. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 3, and we'll see you back for race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed Pick 4 wagering. The horse on the track for race number 3, they're going to go 7.5 furlongs for $13,200. Number 1 is Don't Get Smart, owned by Roy Feedy, trained by Shelley Brown with Leroy Nelson. Number 2 is Saratoga Style, owned and trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 3, Say It All, was a late scratch. Number 4 is Good to Me, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Blair Miller with Chavi and Chow. Number 5 is Catwalk Queen, owned by Corrine Draper, trained by Curtis Maxwell with Lorena Bugeaud. Riding out the field is number 6, Tuscan Damsel, owned by Steve Holborn, trained by Shelley Brown with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Jackpot Pick 5 wagering kicking off right here in race number 3. They go to post in 5 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the girls going 7.5 furlongs, claiming 5,000. I'm going to start with the 2, getting a nice fair price at 3-2. I think Carino has the potential to control the speed on the front end. Doesn't have to have the lead, but if nobody goes, could just go and slow it right down. Then she's going to be extremely tough to beat. She's sitting on a win. Nice first effort over the track. Others to look at. The 6 is the favorite. Has a real good closing kick coming late. So if there is a pace battle, 6 can come late, and so I've got it 2 and 6.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you. Number 2, Saratoga Style, lost to a horse that was in for 7,500 and ran well in there, running third, was at the first level allowance, dropped in for 5,000, got the job done, but Saratoga Style ran a huge race that day. I also like number 6, Tuscan Damsel, who got beat by a horse that got loose on the front end, and they were never catching by all before that. Previous start, going around 2 turns, got beat by a huge favorite in Fox Appeal, only by a narrow head. I also like 2 and 6, add the 4, good luck here in race 3. Don't Get Smart leads the field into the starting gate. Saratoga Style moves in. From the middle, Good to Me is next. Two left to load. Catwalk Queen. Catwalk Queen's going to get a little extra help from the gate crew. She's now in. And now just waiting on the current second favorite, Tuscan Damsel. And they're all ready to go. And they're off. From the inside, Saratoga Style shows a little bit of early speed and takes over as they pass the grandstand for the first time by a length. In between horses, that's going to be Good to Me, Tuscan Damsel. Going to get a 3-wide trip. Don't Get Smart is hugging the rail, and Catwalk Queen will be the early trailer. Saratoga Style nursing that lead by a length with Tuscan Damsel. To her outside through an opening quarter of 25-4. Good to Me hugging the rail in third. Back in fourth, Don't Get Smart, about 5 lengths off it. And Catwalk Queen has about 7 to make up right now. But it's Saratoga Style cutting a half mile in 51-1 and still running easy. Tuscan Damsel starting to move up, wanting to look her in the eye on the outside. Good to Me also in a drive. Then it's back to Don't Get Smart and Catwalk Queen. And going on by, Tuscan Damsel has grabbed the lead by a length. Saratoga Style gonna try and fight back on the inside. Good to Me back in third, but Tuscan Damsel is all about her today. A 16th of a mile to go, and she's gonna coast to victory. Gonna win by 2.5. Saratoga Style second best. Third's gonna go to Good to Me, and fourth to Don't Get Smart. The Stewart's opposed to number 6, Tuscan Damsel. As your race winner, second goes to number 2, Saratoga Style. Third to number 4, Good to Me. And fourth to number 1, Don't Get Smart. They went the opening quarter 25-4, the half 51-1. 6 furlongs, 116-3. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 135-4. Now entering the Wednesday enclosure, the official winner here in race number 3, that's number 6, Tuscan Damsel. Tuscan Damsel is a chestnut mare, 5 years old, by Giant Gizmo. Out of the mare Roman Damsel by Roman Ruler. Owned by Steve Holborn, trained by Shelley Brown, and ridden to victory by Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 135-4. Congratulations goes out to jockey Ronaldo Cumberbatch for scoring the natural hat trick. 3 wins for jockey Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race. Kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Number 2, Ponchagal, will race with a tongue tie on. Once again, in this 4th race, number 2, Ponchagal, will race with a tongue tie on. We'll give you the rest of the changes in the pick 4. Turning your programs to race number 6. Number 6, Fat and Bitter, will not run on lay 6. Once again, race number 6, Fat and Bitter, will not run on lay 6. Turning your programs to race number 7, scratch number 4, Reason to Storm, and scratch number 7, HD's Hope. That's race number 7, scratch the 4, Reason to Storm, and number 7, HD's Hope. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race 4. They go to post in 15 minutes. Well, you want to keep up with all the local horse racing news and events here at Assiniboia Downs? All you gotta do is subscribe to our weekly e-newsletter, The Inside Track. And you can do so and subscribe at asdowns.com. And just under 15 minutes left. You better hurry to give yourself a chance to go home with more than $4,800 in your pocket if you get drawn to play Chase the Ace and you pick the Ace of Diamonds. You can get your tickets at guest services in the lobby for just $5. And remember, you're helping support Final Furlong that helps find good homes for retired racehorses. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 3, we had a claim to report. Claim for $5,000 was number 2, Saratoga Style, claimed by Janice Braden, trainer Larry Sizek. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4. We're kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with a $10,000 claimer. 4 3 and up maidens are going to go 5.5 furlongs. Number 2, Ponchagal, will race with a tongue tie on. Quick look back at race number 3, Tuscan Damsel. What a great race, sitting close to the pace and powering on to victory.
Yeah, it was well, he's won 3 in a row now.
Ronaldo?
Yeah, and so that's what he had to do. He knew he couldn't get too far, and we both talked about that. And watching the race when he was sitting so close, you knew he's got a little bit better turn of foot late. We knew that. It was a matter of if he got too far back. So just a sharp ride. Carino tried to shut it down and just got out running in the lane, but for a small field, exciting race for sure.
Definitely was. On to race number 4, Stretch. Who do you like in here?
Okay, I've got it down to 3 horses, and I'll start with the long shot here at 6-1 that takes a drop from maiden special weight into the claiming race. I think this horse should do that. Just doesn't quite belong in the maiden special weight level. Last race, you had mentioned, Kirt, you didn't like that race that much. I thought the horse just kind of ran evenly. It was a decently run race with some decent horses in there that I think some of those are going to come back and win their maiden next time. The tricky part is what kind of race running style is he going to do? Is he going to go to the lead like he's done it a few times, or kind of stalked? We know that the one on the rail has his speed, and we've seen that the rail be in a pretty good spot. So I just think he's sitting, if he can get the right race, stock in the one kind of tires, then maybe that's how he wins. 7-1 for me, I think, is a complete overlay.
Yeah, no doubt about it, but everyone's jumped on board the one. He's the chairman, and why not? Ronaldo Cumberbatch has won the first 3 races. He's looking for 4 in a row. This might fit this horse really well, as it does have speed, and its best race was going 5.5 furlongs, where it ran second to better make that 2, who did win 3 in a row. Last couple times, it seems like the 6 furlongs were a little bit too far. If Steep Rock doesn't go after He's the Chairman and he gets loose, Speed is doing well on the racetrack so far in the first 3 races, so he could be long gone. And that's a little worry to me right now, as my pick is number 3, Wit and Whiskey, taking money at 7-2. I said, watch out for this horse, because we never got to see how he would run as he stumbled coming out of the gate, and he ended up being walked off. But this horse came out of the gate a little bit slow, but didn't finish slow, was absolutely flying in between horses, was second beaten 1.5. If that was 5.5 furlongs, it might have caught Forgotten Son, who was the wire-to-wire winner. That's why I like Wit and Whiskey in here. But I am hoping that the 1 and 4 bang it out.
Yeah, and also talking about 2 for 2 on kind of poor breaks. So we've seen some of those horses kind of bad gate works, but if Siobhan Bell, the jockey, can get the horse out, it's got to be a little bit closer. These are better. This is a better field than he raced last time. And I agree with you on the one. Just one thing of note that's kind of a play against for me is the horse has been off almost a month, and there's no work, and there was a vet scratch in there. I would have liked to seen a work. Don't get me wrong, loose speed can be tough to beat, so got to use that one. Another dropper I'm going to mention is the 5 at 14-1. Was in for 10. Actually got refunded 2 back because the person in the gate didn't let go of the reins, so it got a refund. Next start closed a little bit of ground. And that could be the forgotten one of the droppers in here. And as I can see, 14-1, you talk about the 3 as your closer. maybe the 5 at a sneaky price could get overlooked if the 1 and 4 battle.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That horse was 7 beaten 12. It was about 25 to me back early. Then it made up some ground, and it still came running down the lane. But Get Up Early went to the front, was long gone, and Steely Caper was a stalker that day. So definitely this is one to throw in. Also look at number 7, Steely Caper. This horse is knocking on the door for a win. And comes off a third-place finish, was beaten by Wit and Whiskey by a narrow nose the time before. Get Up Early went wire to wire. Time before that, showed good speed, but it was the entry made Bro Code who stalked and pounced. This might be a good distance, the 5.5 furlongs for Steely Caper. Getting 7-2 right now on a horse that could stalk a pace battle.
Yeah, could stalk. It's just going to have to finish. That'll be the key for that one.
All right, let's go to our pick fours as it is kicking off. $50,000 pick four wagering stretch. Wow, you didn't spend as much.
No, you're the one with all the money. 1, 3, and 4 in the first leg, and then 4 and 5 in the race 5, 1 and 2 in the 6th. And I've got a few horses in the last 1, 2, 6, and 8 because I think it's wide open.
Yeah, and you're missing my
I could almost, I'm not going to do that to Beth, but I could add, if you have a few extra bucks, you may want to add his 9 in there. But
just in case.
Yeah.
I'm going to take the 1, 3, and 4 in here, then the 2, 4, 5, race number 6, the 1, 3, 5, and I'm ending off in race number 7 with 6 and 9. That's going to cost $54. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 4, and we'll see you back for race 5. The horse are on the track for race number 4. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $13,500. Number 1 is He's the Chairman, owned and trained by Shelley Brown with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 2 is Ponchagal, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Chavi and Chow. Number 3 is Wit and Whiskey, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Siobhan Bell. Number 4 is Steep Rock, owned by WRA Ventures, Hillside Farms, Right Attitude, Anderson Livestock, and the estate of Harvey Warner, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Antonio Whitehall. Number 5 is Oh Man, owned by Brent and Heather Rymack, trained by Brent Rymack with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 6 is Twisted Oliver, owned by Blair Houston, trained by Maria Stanford with Lorena Bougeot. Rounding out the field is number 7, Steely Caper, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Praven Badri. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here. In race number 4, they go to post in 2 minutes.
Here we go. The boys going a good competitive race, going 5.5. They're maidens, horses that haven't won. As you can see, it's a wide open betting board. I'm going to start on the 4 Steep Rock. I think this horse makes the right drop. I think it's going to get a better trip. Has broken out of the gate a little bit slow. Can't do that to win it. So 7-2, more than fair. The closer of the race is the 3 Wit and Whiskey at 3-1. If you don't like that, you like the speed and the hot jockey, that's the one. But here's a long shot that could be flying late. That's the 5 at 13-1. Could get in your exactor or tries, but I'll still give you 4-3-1.
Yeah, Stretch, I like number 3, Wit and Whiskey. Yeah, it's jumping up from 5 to 10,000. But this horse closed like gangbusters down the lane from well off it. When the horse did break slowly out of the gate, I don't think it's a problem jumping up to 10 in here. So watch for this horse. If there is a pace battle on the front end, I do respect number 4, Steep Rock, and number 1, He's the Chairman. Both of them taking the drop. But watch out for number 2, Ponchagal. Tongue tie on, a little equipment change can mean a lot. Good luck here in race 4.
Post time!
He's the chairman, the first of the maidens into the starting gate. Next one will be Ponchagal. Wit and Whiskey ready to find his spot. It's now Steep Rock's turn. Twisted Oliver moves in. Now just 2 left to load. Steely Caper on the outside. And now just waiting on Oh Man, Oh Man. The field is set. They're at the post. Steep Rock acting up a little. And they're off. Breaking a little slow was Wit and Whiskey. From the inside, he's the chairman. And Steep Rock. These two are going to battle it out with Steely Caper. Joining them 3 wide. Moving up in 4th, that's going to be Wit and Whiskey. Another length to Oh Man, hugging the rail, Ponchagal. And the early trailer will be Twisted Oliver. The opening quarter, 23 seconds. Steely Caper on the outside, puts a nose in front. In between horses, Steep Rock. On the rail, he's the chairman. Wit and Whiskey has them all measured 4 wide. As they hit the head of the lane, he's the chairman. Now takes over the lead by a half a length. In between horses, Steep Rock. Wit and Whiskey with a pile. Just blows on by at the 16th pole, but is now stalling. Wit and Whiskey. And rallying, oh man, wow, these two at the wire. Very close between Wit and Whiskey and oh man, close for 3rd. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. A Stewart's inquiry into the running of race number 4. Also, the photograph has been called for the win position. They went the opening quarter, 23 seconds. The half, 47 3. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 108. There's also the photo. Show the winner number 3, Wit and Whiskey. Second goes to number 5, Oh Man. Third to number 7, Steely Caper. And fourth to number 1, he's the chairman. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 4, that's number 3, Wit and Whiskey. Wit and Whiskey is a dark bear brown gelding, 3 years old, by Drums of Thunder. Out of the mare Angry Angel, by Once a Sailor. Owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to unofficial victory by Siobhan Bell. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 108. Ladies and gentlemen, the Stewart's Inquiry into the stretch drive. Ladies and gentlemen, the Stewarts are removing the inquiry sign off the board. 3, 5, 7, and 1 will become official. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th race. Kicking off late pick 3 wagering. There are no changes. Late pick 3 here in race number 5. I'll be sure to check out our new player portal at asdowns.com. All the information you need on ASD Live Racing in one convenient place. Watch live racing access, free online ASD programs, expert selections, and more. Scan the QR code on the player portal ad in your program to go there now. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5. We have a $1,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 7 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 4. Well stretched, there was that heated battle. When did you think the 3 was the winner?
Early in the turn when he's just waiting and he had so much force. Got out of the gate okay for actually good compared to how it normally gets out.
Then the last 2, definitely.
Right. And so right away you knew it was going to be a tough to beat, and then made the even move on the outside. Didn't panic, and I like when jockeys do that. You don't need to rush up to the pace when you know that the early pace is going to back up. And so good pick there. And
it was all about a fresh horse later in the year. Yes, it's moving up, but if you would have watched that last replay, how much kick this horse had down the lane, that setup couldn't have worked any better for Wit and Whiskey.
Yeah, and a good example, too, and just the second place horse at...
Your Bomber.
The Bomber, the late, is, we're talking about the race. We're talking what if, when 1 and 4 battle it out, who's the other closer? And sure enough, flew late at $30. Didn't win, but had a nice close, picked up, if you included it, exacta.
Well, I didn't, so I'm kind of glad that it lost that far.
Okay, well, here we go.
All right, on to race number 5. Who do you like in here?
Okay, we've landed on the same horse in here, and 3-1 is a nice value. That is the morning line, but there's a lot to like. The last 2 races were against, as I mentioned on ASD Live, 6 horses in there that all would be going off as the favorite in here, with a couple of them, the first and second on both of them are probably 1 to 9 and would be really tough to beat.
Except for Pucker, because he's a sprinter and they wouldn't know if he could get the 7 furlongs.
Fair enough.
But probably still would be
probably
he
still
would be up by 5 or 6, no doubt about it.
Absolutely. And so makes that tough drop from 5,000. These horses have been winning all over the place, the 5 non-4. Some have even won and moved up. When they've won, moved up to the 5 open and be competitive. And even Give a Little's been around there.
Tuscan Damsel did that. So, yeah.
It just goes on and on and on. And just say, well, why the drop? Well, the horse hasn't won this year. You go back to the 25 non-winners at 7.5 furlongs. Nice race against Barley's Boy.
Great
Barley
race.
Boys. And Yodeler's Way, who came back and won the other day. So, very competitive field. The horse is going to sit just off. There is enough speed in this race that I don't think anybody can go gate to wire. Right trip, right to the winner's circle.
Yeah, I see the speed coming out of the 1 Bell Ringer, the 3 Overanalyzer, and the 1 Filly, tough enough to start. So that's where I went closers. I go to number 4, Anire, as my second pick. 11 years old. And finally showed what I've been looking for this year. I backed him last time at 13 to 1 behind Plum Lucky, who was a 35 non-winners of the year, competitively running seconds and thirds, and took the drop to 15 to guarantee the win. But it really wasn't guaranteed because Anire ran massive, and Plum Lucky just got by at the wire. But I think Anire's coming into himself. He's looking great today. And I think he can run a big race. I just don't like the 8 to 5.
No, interesting that race. I talk about certain figures and pars, and this horse actually run above par. Take a look at the variant too, so don't get caught on the time on that one. Repeat effort puts him there, 13 in front of everybody else. Let's try to find some long shots to make it pay in here if you're playing a try or a super. I went to the 1 Bell Ringer. Rail horse going 7 furlongs is always a good angle. The other angle is the horse tried to show speed last time. I don't really think that this horse is a kind of a speed horse. So the trainer, Jerry, decided, let's try something to wake him up. Showed the speed, did falter in the lane and wasn't close to an ire. But maybe today, rail trip, late close to maybe at least complete your try or the super.
I think this one will show speed because Jerry Gorno does have 2 in the race, and he always likes to have one on the front end, just like the last race. Steely Caper went to the front. Wit and Whiskey was the off the pacer. So I think this might be the rabbit of the race. Another horse I like in here, number 2, Bumble Algato. Yes, a little off form in the last 2. Has been beaten by number 5, Jenna's Gunrunner. But if you look down at this horse, the first 3 starts of the year, 4th beaten 3 to Simple Man Warbridge, 2nd to Big Tony, who I loved the other day, that lost by a lip to Shooting Money. and then got beat by Sing and Cry in Dubai and All for Truth. But look who the rider was back then, Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Everybody bet he's the chairman because Cumberbatch won the first 3. Well, he could get his 4th win here on Bumble Elgato if it gets in a good spot. And I bet he does put it in a good spot. So you're getting big value on the 2.
Yeah, and that's fair. And we've talked about going back to a a jockey that knows the horse. One other I'm going to add is Overanalyzer. Unfortunately, this horse acted up in the paddock last time, so that's why it was scratched and missed a start. Comes back. There's some races from last year for 5,000 that put this horse kind of in the contender status. Has a bunch of thirds coming from the Fargo and Chippewa Downs, but you're searching for a price horse at 12-1. Long shot of the board, maybe could be 3rd or 4th.
Yeah, another horse to look at, the lone filly of the field, number 6, Tough Enough to Start. Ran big 2 outs ago in a 25 non-winners of the year against the girls, only to lose by a narrow nose. Jumped it up to 35 non-winners. That was too tough, but now drops down to 1,500, tackles the boys. Maybe if they let her go on the front end, she could go all the way.
Yeah, she certainly could go all the way. 2 back, I had played her and ran a nice race, so could.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 5. Stretch, what do you got?
All right, $2 tri-wheel, not $1, Kirt, a $2 tri-wheel, no wedge. 4-5 with 4-5 with 1, 2, 3, 6, total 16. Yes, I left out the 7. Save $4 for it's a long week.
All right, myself, I'm going 10 to win on the 5, 20 to place on the 5. I'm not jinxing myself with the show because I can't pick a show horse. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 5, and we'll see you back for race 6. The horses are on the track for race number 5. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $9,000. Number 1 is Bell Ringer, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Siobhan Bell. Number 2 is Bumble Elgato, owned by Cranky Acres Stable, trained by Shelley Brown with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 3 is Overanalyzer, owned by Steve Herman Sr., trained by Francis Nelson with Nyrone Austin. Number 4 is Anire, owned and trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 5 is Jenna's Gunrunner, owned and trained by Jerry Gorno with Praven Badri. Number 6 is Tough Enough to Start, owned by Tom Payne and Elton Dickey, trained by Elton Dickey with Chavi and Chow. Rounding out the field is number 7, Aztec Key, owned and trained by Courtney Ross with Neville Stevenson. Post time for race number 5, 5 minutes away. And ladies and gentlemen, we've drawn our winning ticket in Winnipeg's Ultimate Chase the Ace. That winning ticket is 1982. Once again, winning ticket number 1982 in Winnipeg's Ultimate Chase the Ace. You're going to have 5 minutes to report to guest services on the main floor south end, but don't throw your tickets away, because if winning ticket 1982 does not show up, there will be a redraw.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, here we go. The boys going 7 furlongs. That's 2 turns fast to the first turn. I'm going to land on the 5, is now being bet down as the favorite, dropping from a condition of 5,000 against some very nice horses. Of course, should get a nice stalking trip in about 4th or 5th and try to make a late run to take over late. Any of those last couple races will make this horse tough to beat. If you like the old guy, that's the 4. Woke up last time. He could be the one. Maybe a bit of a long shot at 9-1. That's bell ringer along the rail. That'll certainly ring the bell. 5-4-1.
Yeah, Stretch. I also like number 5, Dennis Gunrunner, has been knocking on the door at the 5,000 on 4 life level. Takes the plummet all the way down to 1,500, and I think is the one to beat. I also like number 4, Anir. Finally woke up last time out. The old guy's still running, and you're getting value on number 2, Bumble Elgato, a jockey that's already won 3 of the first 4 races. Good luck here in race 5. Bell Ringer, the first one loaded. Bumble Allegato now walks in. Overanalyzer is next. From the middle, the old guy, Anire. The 9-5 favorite, that's Jenna's Gunrunner who steps up and in. 2 more to load. Tough enough to start the lone filly. And just waiting on Aztec Key to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Hopping at the start a bit was Overanalyzer. From the inside, Bell Ringer shows some early speed, but not enough as Tough Enough to Start takes over the early lead. Bell Ringer on the inside in second, now moves up to match Tough Enough to Start. Settle back in third, Overanalyzer. Then it's Bumble Allegato and Anire 6 lengths off of it. Jenna's Gunrunner right in behind them and well back to Aztec Key. About 15 to make up. A quick opening quarter. 24-3. And Tough Enough to Start with the lead. Only by a half a length as Bell Ringer has more to offer on the inside. Moving up, Overanalyzer in third. Bumble Allegato and Anire moving together. Jenna's Gunrunner and well back to Aztec Key, 49. The half mile, and Bell Ringer has the lead by 3. Coming up the inside, Anire to the far outside, Bumble Allegato. Some trouble for Jenna's Gunrunner. They hit the head of the lane, and Bell Ringer still the one that has to be caught. To the middle, that's going to be Anire to the far outside. Bumble Allegato, it's Anire. Bumble Allegato, a 16th of a mile to go. These two fighting it out, but it's going to be the old guy. Anire getting it done. Second best to Bumble Allegato. Close for third between Bell Ringer and Jenna's Gunrunner. Stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 24-3, the half 49 seconds, 3 quarters 1:15-3, time for the 7 furlongs 1:29-3. Results of the photo show the winner number 4, Anire. Second goes to number 2, Bumble Allegato. Third to number 5, Jenna's Gunrunner, and fourth to number 1, Bell Ringer. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 5, that's number 4, Anire. Anire is a chestnut gelding, 11 years old, by Invaser out of the mare Radhab by Dixieland Band. Owned and trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. and ridden to victory by Sheldon Chickeness. Time for the 7 furlongs, 1:29 3. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. Number 6, Fat and Bitter, will not run on Lasix. Once again, in this 6th race, number 6, Fat and Bitter, will not run on Lasix. Post time for race number 6, 18 minutes away. Our Club West Gaming Lounge, featuring 140 VLTs, is open daily from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. Be sure to enter our Spin to Win game every Thursday and Friday for a chance to spin the wheel for up to $100. And in Winnipeg's Ultimate Chase the Ace, Terry P. went to the board and selected the 7 of spades. So he won himself $25, and the jackpot keeps growing, over $5,000 in Winnipeg's Ultimate Chase the Ace. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6. We have a $3,500 claimer for fillies, mares 3 and up that are non-winners of the year or non-4 lifers. They're going to go 7 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 5. Anir, the old guy, gets the nod today.
Yes, good race call. I was watching my usual spot out front, and people around liked your call about the old guy. They also know that you're kind of a
Anir fan?
Anir fan.
I am.
That's
He's made me a lot of money over the years.
And he dug in to hold off. And
the hot jockey looking for 4 wins.
Yeah,
on Cumberbatch.
for sure.
And Jenna's Gunrunner. That might be a video replay
It
for
might
ASD
be ready in a week or so. I probably will be showing that one, yeah.
All right, on to race number 6, Stretch. Who do you like? This is a wide open affair in my eyes.
I'm with you. I completely agree. This is one of the more wide open races. Many of them can win in here. And Jake's found my top selection and your top selection. That's Wit 9. And the last couple races have been very good races, kind of just sitting back and closing late. 5 of 6 in the money, first or second going 7 furlongs. So I think with the right trip is just going to be basically waiting. Is only had, I mentioned before, is 3 starts. So we like the fresh horses, and so that's so important. So I think this horse is just going to get a nice trip. Hopefully doesn't get in as much trouble as the 5 in the last race did.
Yeah.
So anyway, if Chow gets the horse in the right spot, late close, could be the winner. 7-2 is more than fair value, I think.
For sure. I think there's a lot of speed in this race. The 2 steps faster, the 5 distinct approval, the 6 fat and bitter, and the 7 a star to be all bring speed to the race. So I also like another closer to go with Wit 9, and that's number 3 back in that action. Last time out was beaten by 2 1/4 by Wit 9 as the horse, I think, sat a little bit closer than normal. The time before against Thrills Legacy going 5.5 furlongs was forced to sit back there because Thrills Legacy was so fast, but made a really nice rally down the lane to get beaten by a length and 3/4. The time before that, the horse tried to cut it out on the front end, only to lose by 3/4 of a length. Don't worry about this horse going to the front. It isn't fast enough, as there's others with way more speed. I like the off-the-pace running style. Praven Badri can get down on that rail and kind of follow Wit 9 around. I'm looking at those 2 for a 1-2 finish.
Yeah, and there's kind of the correlated type. If you think the speed's going to back up, find the closers, and those are your 2 closers for sure. I use 2 as my second selection. She is dropping down to a a slightly lower level, so racing against some tough horses. And look at Tungsten Damsel, the damsel horse.
Yeah, Tuscan.
Who won just a few races earlier today at a higher level. So, yes, this horse certainly can be on the lead, absolutely. But I also think this horse could stalk if it has to. And just that class might be enough to keep this horse in the picture late.
Yeah, definitely. Another horse to look at, number 5, Distinct Approval. Looking to go 3 in a row. The current favorite at 2-1. Won at first asking easily as it drew off to win by 2 3/4. The comeback race just as good. Hit the front end. And there was no stopping Distinct Approval. Now moves up a notch to this 35 non-winners of the year. And kind of steps outside the boundaries as it has been sprinting for quite some time. Has 1, 2, and 2 third-place finishes in 8 starts, going 7 furlongs. But I'm thinking 2-1 is a little bit short.
I agree with you for sure. And I'll mention one more, and is the longest shot, and that's Button Mushroom. Cashed on him this year already. And there's a lot of speed. So if you think there's a duel, Button Mushroom does not show speed, does come late. I think, yes, the last 2 have not been great races, but certainly can be in the mix to complete the 3rd or 4th for a really nice payout for the Tri or Super.
And the 6 Fat and Bitter off Lasix today. Watch that replay. This horse was in a world of trouble. Should have won that race, but got shut down, bounced off the rail. 3rd beat and a half. Yes, it does jump up in here, but being taken off Lasix and going a distance it hasn't run in some time, but it does have a win at a higher level as it made $10,000 for that win. Could be a great bomb at 8-1, but let's go to our wagers here in race 6. Stretch, start us off.
Okay, here we go. We're going to go, obviously, adjust my win prices accordingly. I think $15 to win on the 1 and $30 to place on the 1. That's about where it is, getting a nice value at 7-2.
Definitely are. I'm going after the triactor. I'm going to go 1-3-1-3 all. That one is $10. And then I'm doing the wedge, 1-3 with all, with 1-3 for another 10 for a total of 20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 6, and we'll see you back for race 7. The horses are on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $10,400. Number 1 is Wit 9, owned by Stella Racing, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Chavi and Chow. Number 2 is 2 Steps Faster, owned by Wendy Anderson and Keith Wright, trained by Wendy Anderson with Antonio Whitehall. Number 3 is Back in That Action, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Praven Badri. Number 4 is Button Mushroom, owned by 666 Ranch, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Ronald Alley. Number 5 is Distinct Approval, owned by Parker Wallette, trained by Steve Kepplin Jr. with Neville Stevenson. Number 6 is Fat and Bitter, owned and trained by Victoria Morse with Sheldon Chickanis. Rounding out the field is number 7, A Star to Be, owned by B&J Stable, trained by Shelley Brown with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Post time for race number 6, 3 minutes away. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 5, we had 3 claims to report. First off, claim for $1,500. Number 2, Bumble El Gato, claimed by My Three Nieces stable trainer Mike Taphorn. Also claimed for $1,500. Number 3, Overanalyzer, claimed by Mike Taranjo, trainer Lee Delaron. And claimed for $1,500. Number 5, Jenna's Gunrunner, claimed by Cruz Benzmiller, trainer Tom Gardapi Jr.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Here we go. We've got the girls going 7 furlongs. Last race at the same distance came off the pace. I think the same thing's going to happen in here. And so I've landed on the 1 Wit 9. I think you're going to get a nice rail trip in here with the jockey just sitting back. There is enough pace to run at. Get that trip. 2 to 1 is a little low on the price. Another selection is a horse dropping in class. That's the 2 at 5 to 2. Could be involved in the duel, but the class might take over. So I'll give you 1, 2, and 5. Kirt?
Stretch, I also like number 1, Wit 9, because of that rail draw. That's important, and there is a ton of speed in here. But with that, I like number 3 back in that action. Has finished twice behind Wit 9 when they did go around 2 turns, but one time was only a half length back. I think this horse will have a good kick in the end, and I'm really loving the odds right now at 9 to 1. I'm going to give you 1 and 3. Good luck here in race 6. A star to be will be the first to load from the outside. Without jockey Ronaldo Cumberbatch, once a star to be is in, he will climb back aboard. A star to be being a handful for the gate crew. But as usual, the gate crew is the winners. She is in, and jockey Ronaldo Cumberbatch will climb back aboard. Next up, Wit 9 on the inside. 2 steps faster, the co-favorite at 2-1 moves in. Back in that action's turn. Button Mushroom walks up and in. 2 left to load. The other co-favorite, Distinct Approval. And now just waiting on Fat and Bitter. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, 2 steps faster. Breaks out with some early speed, but is matched by Distinct Approval and Fat and Bitter. And those 3 are battling it out early. Wit 9 settled in behind in 4th. To the outside, a star to be. Then another length back to back in that action. And Butt Mushroom, the early trailer. 25-3 the opening quarter. 5 across the racetrack. 2 steps faster on the inside. In between horses, Fat and Bitter. A star to be 3 wide. Wit 9 in the fray. Distinct Approval also right there. Back in that action. Watching all the action from 6th. And Butt Mushroom is going to be your late trailer who's starting to gain ground. The half 50 seconds. Still 4 across. As on the inside, 2 steps faster. A star to be on the outside. 3 wide, that's going to be Distinct Approval. Button Mushroom and back in that action are going to show some late run, but it's still 2 steps faster. On the outside, a star to be and a late rally from Button Mushroom. 2 steps faster, begging for the wire, and it's going to come in time. Button Mushroom second best. Third's going to go to a star to be, and it looked like 4th was back in that action. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. A Stewart's inquiry into the running of race number 6. Ladies and gentlemen, the Stewart's Inquiry is into the first turn. The Stewart's opposed to number 2, Two Steps Faster, as your race winner. Second goes to number 4, Button Mushroom. Third to number 7, A Star to Be. And fourth to number 3, Back in That Action. They went the opening quarter 25 and 3, the half 50 seconds, 3 quarters 116 and 3. Time for the 7 furlongs, 1:31 and 2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 6. That's number 2, Two Steps Faster. Two Steps Faster is a bay mare, 7 years old, by Two Step Salsa. Out of the mare, Live Every Day by Lionheart. Owned by Wendy Anderson and Keith Wright. Trained by Wendy Anderson and ridden to unofficial victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the 7 furlongs, 1:31 and 2. Ladies and gentlemen, the Stewarts are removing the inquiry sign off the board. 2, 4, 7, and 3 will become official. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. Jackpot High 5 wagering. Scratch number 4, Reason to Storm. And scratch number 7, HD's Hope. Once again, in this is 7th race, scratch number 4, Reason to Storm. And scratch number 7, HD's Hope. Jackpot High 5 wagering. The pool over $8,000. They'll go to post in 18 minutes. Well, after the final race, be sure to head up to the clubhouse where our popular Crazy Hour kicks in. Beer, shots, and wine, just $3.95, and half-price appetizers, plus 140 VLTs, ready for action until 1 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 6, we had a claim to report. Claim for $3,500 was number 1, Wit 9, claimed by Catherine Ursel, trainer Carl Anderson. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7. We have a Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-2 lifers. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Scratch the 4, Reason to Storm, and scratch number 7, HD's Hope. Quick look back at race number 6. 2 steps faster, the inside of an interesting race. 5 across the track on the backside, but 2 steps faster proved best in the end.
I thought you were going to play on words. Was 2 steps faster on the, there was 2 steps faster at the end. Just kept going. Get it? Anyway, the class speed, slightly classier speed than. The
class held on there most
correct.
Definitely.
And a smart ride on Button Mushroom. Late close going off at boxcars to complete a real nice exactor. We briefly talked about if you thought a lot of speed, who were the closers.
Yeah.
And the 4 proved to be the closer that waited the longest and almost won it. Okay.
All right, on to race number 7. Who do you like in here, Stretch?
Okay, landed on the 6 at a more than a fair price here at 5-2. She's chased it last time, couldn't get the lead. Was farther back, and Artesian Dancer went really quick and then kind of hung on. It was a smart ride on that day. 2 back, I did like this horse, and she ran a nice race, got tired late. I didn't like that she couldn't hang on to second, but there's very little other speed in here. And that last race, that at least she kind of rated a little bit. It wasn't a fast race, but at least tried something a little bit different. Maybe Cumberbatch to get the 4-banger. could rate a little bit more and then just keep going and get brave on the front end for sure.
Yeah, I agree. Misgiving looks like the loose speed. And like I said on ASD Live, a lot of these horses that had shown speed all their lives pretty well and then adopted off the pace running style, they became so much more versatile and they ran big races in their next start. I think that's what Misgiving's going to do. I also like the 2-horse Dot Dash Dot. This is a maiden tackling winners. Ran second behind Devil's Time, who the previous start was in for 10,000 wide open and had run a third place finish. So Dot Dash Dot now goes back against girls, is stakes placed, and she did run second in the Hazel Wright Sires, and R.C. Anderson ran third. Don't expect a lot of speed out of her, but she can show it if she wants to. But it's her stablemate with the speed, so I think she's going to be the rallier.
I agree with you. Yeah, it sets it up. I thought I'd get a bit of a better price, but there were a couple scratches. And that's the 8. A couple angles on this one. If you start with when the horse won its maiden, it was at this distance. And
going against breeds.
Correct. And then last 2 races, sat back going 7.5 and ran evenly. That's fine. The last time, you have to understand that it was a kind of a deeper track, according to my finger, showed a little more speed and then faded. So I think now this horse certainly will be coming off the pace, sit back and kind of make a late move and kind of run that race that beat No Surprise 3 back, and that could be in the mix anyway.
Yeah, definitely after dropping out of the open company. I also like Bombs Away, number 9, Just for Charlotte. Yeah, ran terrible last time out. The time before was beaten double digits where Sizzle and Susie went wire to wire. But those were both going 7.5. Now goes back to 6 furlongs. First time out of the year. Ran a great race against True Kate and Valente. They ran around the track together. And then ran against My Trudy and Barbie's Quest. Only lost by a length and a quarter. And these are the kind of races where bombers do show up. So Just for Charlotte is mine.
Yeah, and I'll give you full credit. You've got piqued my interest that I'm not going to leave it out on some of the other bets. Last one I'll take as No Surprise. You liked him a little more than I did. I liked him last time too. Didn't get out of the gate the last 2, get stuck on the 1 hole going 6. But this time of year they can wake up. You know, he won the race, kind of build up the confidence, and it doesn't take much. Some horses are getting kind of losing their form, so maybe pick up the pieces for second or third.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 7. Stretch, start us off.
All right, real simple, 25 win 6.
All right, myself, I'm going after the tractor. I'm taking 2-6, 2-6 with 8-9. A $1 costs you $4. I'm taking a $5 one for 20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 7, and we'll see you back tomorrow, 6:45 Central for ASD Live. The horses are on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $10,100. Number 1 is No Surprise. owned by Jennifer Taranjo, trained by Jerry Gorno, with Siobhan Bell. Number 2 is Dot Dash Dot, owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Devin Gittins, with Praven Badri. Number 3 is Storm Kitten, owned by Hetty Kling and Maria Stanford, trained by Maria Stanford, with Arthur Badu. Number 4, Reason to Storm, was scratched. Number 5, I'm Shining Lady, owned by Lars Mathiasen, trained by Curtis Maxwell, with Lorena Bougeot. Number 6 is Misgiving, owned by Misunderstood Stable, trained by Devin Gittins, with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 7, HD's Hope, was scratched. Number 8 is Notable Nora, owned by Larry Falloon and Elton Dickey, trained by Elton Dickey, with Chavi and Chow. Number 9 is Just for Charlotte, owned by Vela K. Butler, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr., with Neville Stevenson. Jackpot high five wagering. Here in race number 7, they go to post in 2 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the girls closing it out, going 6 furlongs. It's not an easy race, but I'll go with the speed of the race, and that's Misgiving. Last time she came off the pace, 2 back, ran a nice race showing some good speed. She can struggle to get the 6 furlongs, but for this level, I think she can go gate to wire. Others to consider is the 2 horse. This horse will not be near the lead, just has to get it out of the gate closing late. My bit of a price horse is the 8, cutting back in distance. If you go back to the last 6 furlong race, she closed 6 furlongs, same race, could have the same result. 6-8-2.
Yeah, Stretch, I agree with you. I like the 6 Misgiving, but I do like Dot Dash Dot. I like both of them in here, and they're both 2-1 right now. 6 is the speed, the 2's the one that's going to rally from off the pace. Yeah, it's a maiden against winners, but that shouldn't be a problem after that last race and those good stake races. My bomb, number 9, Just for Charlotte. I think this horse likes sprinting, didn't like those route races. So I'm going to give you 6, 2, and 9. Good luck here in race 7. No surprise, and dot dash dot tucked away in the gate. Storm Kitten is in. I'm Shining Lady is in. Next up, the 8-5 favorite, Misgiving. Just 2 left to load. Notable Nora. And just waiting on Just for Charlotte to the outside. She's in, almost. Now locked away, they're at the post. And they're off. From the middle, Misgiving. Away well and straight out to the early lead. I'm Shining Lady. Settled in right in behind with Notable Nora to her outside. No surprise. Hugging the rail in fourth. Back in fifth, Storm Kitten. Dot dash dot. Back in sixth and the early trailer. Just for Charlotte. The opening quarter, 23-4. And Misgiving, well in control by 2 lengths. Notable Nora moving up sharply in second. No surprise. Coming up the rail in third. Starting to get rolling from the back. Dot dash dot. And Just for Charlotte. But Misgiving, the half 47-4, has opened up 5 lengths to the head of the field. No surprise, gonna try and get her. A late move, dot dash dot, 3 wide. Ronaldo Cumberbatch looks back, sees no one, but he's seeing the line, and that's gonna be win number 4 for Ronaldo Cumberbatch. He's gonna take it on Misgiving. A very tight photo for second between dot dash dot, Notable Nora, fourth to No Surprise, and fifth, Just for Charlotte. Stewart's supposed to number 6, Misgiving. As your race winner, a photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter 23-4, the half 47-4. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:14-3. Results of the photo show number 2, dot dash dot. Finishing second. Third goes to number 8, Notable Nora, and fourth to number 1, No Surprise. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 7, that's number 6, Misgiving. Misgiving is a gray roan filly, 3 years old by Kentucky Bear, out of the mare Bull Market Lady by Holy Bull. Owned by Misunderstood Stable, trained by Devin Gittins, and ridden to victory by Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:14 and 3. Number 6, Misgiving, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Cherise Ziprick. Congratulations goes out to trainer Devin Gittins and jockey Ronaldo Cumberbatch, who team up for the double. 2 wins for trainer Devin Gittins and Ronaldo Cumberbatch, but add 2 more. Jockey Ronaldo Cumberbatch, day at the races. That's 4 wins for jockey Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Well, now head up to the clubhouse to enjoy Crazy Hour on the second level. Beer, shots, and wine, $3.95, and half-price appetizers. Racing resumes tomorrow and Wednesday at 7:30.